First. Fu Manchu's first. He is a meeting. Nice one. Well, if you're still here, Fu Manchu, hope you're alright. Welcome back. Let's have a look. Been away for a couple of weeks. Obviously, I have no idea how any of this works anymore. Meeting done. How's it going? Yeah, I'm good. Couple of weeks off. Yeah, I saw on Twitter you're going to full time on your indie. That's awesome. Congratulations. At least for a year, I think you said, didn't you? See how it goes. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I've been off. It's half term, and then I had to work my other job for a week after that. I haven't actually been on holiday or anything. Just been working. Bora Checker, hey, how's it going? I'm back, yeah. Fu Manchu is back, yeah. Financially, it's fine. I need to sell a car. Yeah, well, that's it, yeah. It's these sacrifices, isn't it? But worth it for sure. So yeah, I was away for 2 weeks. But I'm back now for the next 7 weeks or something. Which is awesome. I wasn't idle. I actually wrote a little bit of code in the last 2 weeks. I wrote coroutine class. No idea how I'm going to use it, but I thought if you can't actually, the problem with standard template libraries coroutines is you can't actually you can't use them straight out the gate. You have to wrap them. So I did that, a little bit of coding. So we'll see. They're there now. If any use cases crop up, I can try it out. But yeah, hope everybody had a good couple of weeks. Yeah, Fu Manchu, very nerve-wracking for you though, eh? Get cold feet, yeah. You should just do it. Just do it. If you don't do it, you'll never do it. So you should just do it. Yeah, I know. I think as well, like, doing it is the thing. It doesn't even have to work. Do you know what I mean? I think there's a lot of people put a lot of pressure on it has to be successful. But if you do it and it's not successful, at least you've done it. And the main thing is you've done it. There won't be the what if anymore. But it might be successful as well. You say you've got until Christmas with your old job. And then next year, all action stations, eh? Right, I have literally no idea what I'm doing. So let's just run it and see what happens. Well, it spawned on the wrong window. Which isn't great. So that means Windows is obviously updated. I need to fix this. Because whenever Windows updates, it seems to want to rename my monitors. I've got a little hard-coded debug thing which just says if it's this monitor, launch it on this screen at the moment. 19th of December, yeah. It's okay to fail. Yeah. It's a piece of... Treat it as a piece of, you know, artistic expression rather than a business. If it turned into a business, great. But first, treat it as a bit of, like, time to be creative, man. And that really can... It's got much less chance of failing, I would say, if you treat it like that. Awesome. So if you're streaming more, if you stream it more, I might be able to catch your streams. That would be good as well. Right. Let's just get back on the... Literally no idea what I'm doing. Go through all this rubbish. Right. This obviously is not great, but this is the solution to getting it to launch on the monitor that I want it to launch on right now. There we go. Awesome. Lazy Ben Game Studio. I said before, like, that's totally fine. I can only pay you in terrible quality coffee though. So that's okay. If you're okay with being paid in terrible quality coffee, fantastic. It's not terrible quality. I don't buy the cheapest coffee, but it's nearly the cheapest. Right, so I remember now. We're converting the level editor file into game stuff, which kind of nearly looks there. One thing I do remember is the grass doesn't work. The grass isn't... It looks like it's working, but it's not actually the same. This density of this grass here is incorrect, because this is much more dense. So something's going on there. So we'll work on that. Egg sausage rolls. Yeah. They might be subsidised. I don't know if I could afford to pay you in Greg sausage rolls. But maybe I'll give you like 5% off. Yeah, if you want to get fat, come to work here. There's no gym. We just keep the room at 100 degrees Fahrenheit so you sweat it all out. It's very hot in here today. The heating system's broken, I think, in the building. Okay, right, so we're going to check in and we're going to make a brand new start. My Fu Manchu, I do have a coroutine class now. Do you use coroutines? Fonkalai, morning, how's it going? I put coroutines in to see if I'd end up using them for something. I can't really think of anything at the moment though, but maybe. The only kind of use case I could really think of is, apart from the whole, like, everybody says it's great for async, but I'm not really bothered about that, is if you're wanting to, say, pass messages between stack frames. So, like, this guy controls where the car goes, and this guy is the car. So you're just like going, go left, and he goes left, and then you go right, or whatever. That's the only real kind of use case I can think of, but we'll see. Vonka Lime, hope you're okay. Right. Grass. I do have coroutines in your OS. Since the architecture is good support for quick context switching. Yeah, cool. Easy to use. So standard generator is very easy to use, but it's not a full coroutine. I had to write 500 lines of code to wrap it up. There's some like things that I want in there that you don't actually need to have in. So in that respect, it's not really easy to use, is it? Straight out of the box. But now it's easy to use. Now I have it wrapped. You just do like coroutine. Not here, obviously. I don't even know what namespace are in here. So you do like coroutine, coroutine, and then you just call it, and then you just call coro. And then coro resume. So which I think is easy to use. Then it has co-yield, co-await. But straight out of the box, they're not. You can't do that. Building blocks, yeah. You have to make your own. Apart from standard generator, they've made standard generator, which is wrapped, which is a wrapped coroutine, but it only supports co-yield, I think. So you can't await anything, await values. One of the bad things about it is you have to have a dynamic memory allocation. You can't get out of that. Even if it's the coroutine is going to exist on the same stack frame and then be destroyed, you still have to dynamically allocate memory. Like, I think the idea was compilers would realize it exists on one stack frame and not dynamically allocate memory, but no, at least Visual Studio compiler doesn't do that. It always dynamically allocates memory, and you can't get out of it. You can't like point to a static buffer or anything. Unfortunately. What's my take on modules? I tried them when they first came out and nothing worked, unfortunately. I haven't tried it since. So I don't have a up-to-date opinion. From what I remember, it was hard to just bring in header files of existing code into a module, from what I remember. That required all sorts of weird stuff. What about you? Have you tried them? Let's see, any using any production code. Yeah. Well, now you're going indie, you can really explore it if you want to. They might have improved. It was quite a few years ago, I think. A couple of years. Like, did it come out in 2020? So it may have been like 3 years ago or something that I'd tried. In theory, they're awesome. But in reality, they don't seem to work. Right. Default lever generator. Grass. So this is the thing that seems to be a little bit broken. Look at, it can create complications, depends if they don't use modules. Yeah. Yeah. Using lots of dependencies, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to have a little area, wouldn't you, of your engine that would use them in a controlled way that didn't need any dependencies. You know, I think on fast computers with pre-compiled headers, you may as well just use that, a pre-compiled header. Obviously, the main benefit of modules is fast compilation, I think. And I don't think there's any there's no header and source file anymore, is there? But I think the main thing that I tried to use it for was fast compilation, which it is. Is that my engine code has code generation step? Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. I think one of the things why you don't see it in production code is this problem where they've got legacy code. It would be nice just to, I don't know how they would do it. Take an existing code base, compile it into modules. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Nice to be back. Can't wait to see what's going to happen for you over the next 12 months. It's going to be great. All right. This doesn't work, I think, is the problem. It's an odd bug because it kind of works. So the problem is this grass here, it's quite dense, isn't it? And it's not as dense here. So there's some strange stuff going on. It's meant to be identical. Waffle Factory, what a username. How's it going? Could I check out your game? Astroflight. Hobbyist C++ Pro just at the moment, toying with my own language implementation. Awesome. Oh. That's junk. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Ban that dude. Hobby C++ programmer just at the moment, toying with my own language implementation. Very good. All right, let's get back up this music back up and running. All right, so this is just not working. Let's see what happens. So we can have a different path for this. So we can make one of these cells. I think would be better to do this. It's this here, the box intersects. So we have grass sections for this brush tile. Alright, putting something in the engine config now. If I put this to 0, and it will just compile a level over and over again. So we can have breakpoints. I wrote this code like 2 weeks ago, so I have no idea really what's going on. Grass. So grass content. We have an offset because we are in a prefab now. So grass content, grasses. So there's 2 grasses. I think we have to go down this approach here, where we create a brush tile grid cell. Okay. Bonker Lime, yeah, I'd be interested in having a look at that as well. Be cool. When it's ready, of course. So brush tile grid cell. How does this work? Okay. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here a second. Not there. Here. And it's basically the same. So I don't think we have any of this. Brush cells. What's brush cells? This. So what this is going to do is it's going to go through the grass. Well, let's just run this and just see what it's actually going to do. Grass content, grasses, bounds. Okay. So it's going to go through each grass and then it's going to get the bounds and it's going to put a cell in for every bounds and type. So this is per instance, but we don't actually store the instance in here. Not sure really. So this is grass. That's what I do know. Ah, look, we have multiple instances. Brush cell tile instance. All right, let's just run this and see what we get. I believe that's it really. And then that will build up a bunch of these cells. So when we're doing the texture generator, so the texture generator for the grass is now a brush tile cell. Let's just zero these out. Okay. See if we end up in this breakpoint. Oh, it's not even compiled in, so I don't think so. I'm copying basically the sprite window one. Context tile book brush grid cell. Why isn't this compiling in then? 2127. Sprite window, texture generator, sprite window. Ah, it's the wrong thing. I'm gonna call this grid cell. Okay, cool. So we have a grid cell, and in there we've got 5 instances. So what we need to do now is we want to, what do we want? We want a sprite for each of these cells. I think. That's how it's gonna work. Ooh, the problem with that is, of course, what happens if a grass blade is in between 2 cells, straddling 2 cells? Which it could be. It'll get included in each cell twice. Maybe we can't do this. Okay, let's go back to the one that wasn't quite working. The brush tile generator for grass. So why isn't this working? Let's just put the prefab to 0, 0. Oops. 0, 0. Save that. Relaunch the game. Yeah, the grass is definitely wrong. It's just nowhere near as dense. Put this back to 0 actually. So we're just going through. So from -16 to +16, -24 to +16, tile size is 8. So we're just basically saying what cells intersect this tile. If there aren't any, continue. If there are, make a new sprite, a new submesh, add it in, and then place a grass section. In the brush file, which is just for the brush, not for the instance. I'm trying to familiarize myself how this works. Okay, so the texture generator for grass then is next. Night Child, how's it going? I'm doing alright, thank you. Back after a couple of weeks off. Trying to remember what I'm doing, I have no idea. Might take me a while to get up to speed again. Hope you've had a good time since I last saw you. Alright. Well, that's just adding the actual texture in of the grass. That's pretty safe, really. The mesh generator for grass. So the mesh generator for grass. Got 15 grass sections. So, brush tile, grass sections, where are we? Spray index 7 has a position. So that is like, that's the one at -16, -16, and the sprite's width and height is 8 and 8 really. One cell. One cell. Cell count is how many cells are in this section. These must be grass cells. Grass cell is a grass blade, essentially. Yeah, one vertex. And then we do submesh.translate minus sprite position minus sprite origin. At the end there. I'm not going to do that for a second. What I might do is have to set up a simpler level, try and catch it not working in a simpler context, because it's a bit too complicated for me to actually figure out what's going on. So here we have this is all kinds of wrong here. Down here. Basically, barely any grass getting rendered. All right. So what I'm going to do, get rid of that and make, we have this new, we'll put the new one in for now. See, that's correct. I think. All right. Put that 0, 0. And then let's open up this new prefab and we just want to try and get into a situation where it's not rendering properly. Yeah, look, we have a problem there as well, where it's not rendering the grass tile properly. All right, get rid of that. So we're going to put in 3 types of grass. See, all that looks kind of right as well. Ooh, is that broken? That's good. That's good if that's broken. That is broken. Okay, good. So let's try and remove some grass. Whoops. And see if it stays broken. I want to get to like a use case. That's very broken if that's the case. Oh, I know what's happening here. We're altering the prefab. It's just, we need to actually make it save. Reload the level if you change any prefabs as well, but we will do that later. Yeah, see, that seems fine as well. What is it about it then that's not working? Because I'm adding more and more grass in and it seems to be working. It's just that one level it doesn't work in. Go back. Yeah, just down like these, for instance. Well, these actually, this might be a bit more easy to debug because these should be, these cells here, down here somewhere, should be filled with grass, and they are not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. So it's like minus 24, I would say. Tell you what, I definitely need a little world space thing here. Might do, so I can just check the world space coordinate of the mouse. Okay, so definitely in like minus 24, minus 24 range. It's not working. Okay. Brush tile generator. Grass content data. Grass is 2. It would be nice to pass the name through. Then we'd know what grass we're talking about. Data path is that. Compiled brushes. All right. So it's not that one. We do have the asset tile long tail. Oops. Brush. data path. See which one this one is. That's the one, I think. That's the one that's not rendering in the minus 16 bit. So it ends in 0, 60, 70, 60 it ends in. Okay. So if you look at the grass, we've got two sections, one with density of 7, one with density of 10. Maybe it's the fact that they've got different densities. Maybe. So there's definitely... We've got some like minus 20, minus 17s. They're not being included, so... So this is like the bottom left box. There's 35 cells in it. So this is apparently never getting drawn. So that was sprite index number 32, sprite index number 33. Okay. So sprite number 33. So if we do the mesh generator, sprite index number 33. Right. Okay. So this is at minus 24, minus 24. Got 35 cells in it. So vertex 442. Okay. So we're putting in all these cells at this minus 16, minus 20 in world space. Interesting. So we are putting them in. vertex 442. So vertex 442. The sprite is and the sprite is 33. Apparently not being rendered. This is down here. Still not being rendered, so it might be a bounding box thing, maybe. So, oops, it's in game level. Let's just draw the grass and nothing else. How does grass get drawn? Grass vertices, vertex. Draw grass texture in world. This seems a bit dodgy as well, because there might be many texture indices. That might be the bug, actually. This draw call is old. Right. So let's have a look at let's do this. So we're going to go bar index ref s sprite in sprites. If s is not equal 33, continue. We'll return. If it is equal to 33, we're going to draw it as grass. Wherever it is. Here. We're just going to do this call. I think this call is wrong. Well, it's being drawn down there. What's going on then? That was that one piece of section of grass there. let's just debug this. This is all temporary code anyway. So this is all going to be rewritten. We'll break there. We'll debug this here. Just see what happens to the 33rd sprite. Okay. Uncle Lime, how's it going? Living Rad Debugger. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out. Thing is, with the way I like do things is I kind of need a debugger and editor in the same IDE because I'm always in the debugger. But I've watched his streams, doesn't he? And he's a great coder. I'm sure it works for C++ code bases. I think it works for C++. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Ah, look. Sprite local bounds is 0. Right, there we go. That's it. We're not getting the right bounds in. Weird. That's weird. So let's just not do any collision detection, intersection detection, and see if it renders all the grass there. Not quite. That's still broken, innit? They're all there though. Yeah, the Visual Studio debugger is good. It's not there on the Rad debugger level, I think, for speed, or maybe even like data visualization. I know the Rad debugger's good for that, innit? If you could like integrate it into Visual Studio, I'd definitely try using it. Okay. Right. It's probably because we did delete this. What I meant to do was not do the translation. I think we have to go the tile route for this. This is just not working. Need to figure out why though. I just need a better use case, like a better level, so I can easier to debug. Well, first and foremost, we can just render the grass. Let's see if that works now. No, it doesn't work. Try again. I think the tiled version would be better. The tiled version is like create a sprite for every 8x8 section of the level and put grass in it, and then render that as one draw call. Whereas right now, I think it's one sprite per type of grass. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that. All right. So let's make this easier then. And then all we're going to do is just delete, if we can. Oh, we need to delete it in the prefab, which is here. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. I might just delete them all actually. And then do this. We'll put one in there. Like that. For now. And then, so we're just working on, so that is, all of them are in that 8x8 grid. Which does actually work in this situation. It's just when it gets too complicated, the levels get really complicated, it seems to stop working, so there's bugs somewhere. And we're going to change it to using the tile stuff. Brush tile generator for grass. So how are we wanting to do this then? We want we only want to create a sprite. Yeah, we need to go the level tile route. So whatever it's called, the grid tile route. So do this. And then we're going to go for each grass. Do this. And I'm just going to delete this. I'm going to start again. And this is going to be grass. And then for the texture generator, grid cell. So I tried to do earlier, but I think we're just going to make this work. Okay, so let's have a look at the texture generator for sprite windows. It isn't as complicated as sprite windows, so should be able to do it. So go for auto cell instance, grid cell instances, auto grass content data. So grass data is equal to cell instance get the data, grass content data. Auto brush cc get content brush cell instance brush id. Right. So we're adding one sprite for every grid cell if it has grass blades in it, which it should do. We should have only made grid cells with grass blades in them. So we've got one instance in there. So what we need to do now is basically just add in so we need go back and just check how this worked. Should have deleted it too quickly. Just the image tile of the grass blade. So we want this whole find duplicate thing that we've got here as well. So auto image cc get image brush get content path. Just get content actually. I think it's cc get content path. Or is it data path? Let's get data path. That would be the image. I'm going to say well, this could just be a EU64. What's the IDs? If this image IDs contains image ID, continue. Else list image IDs to add image ID, and then we want to do cell range index brush tile book append tile set image tile image. That's it actually. Okay, so what we need is to get the cell range index to be... so here's the thing about that, is there's going to be multiple. One for each image. Yeah, okay. So it's kind of an array of these, which is a bit weird, an array of optionals. It would just be an array of size T, I think. Okay, let's just check this in. and do this and see if we can make it work. So it'd be cell.range indices. Column indices. Odd. Cell instance even, or grid cell. And this is range indices. Root Dragon, how's it going? Hope you're alright. And then image indices. Doesn't replace the Visual Studio debugger, right? Okay, yeah, cool. It can open PDB files, yeah. I've watched a couple of the guys' streams. PDB files, I mean, that would be handy. Image visualization would be really handy as well. You know, because I'm working with images now, but I can't see them in the debugger or anything. That would be nice. Right, so that's working for range indices now. The thing is, it's kind of redundant. Visual Studio Debugger does everything you need for code, bug errors, and profile. Yeah. I think the RAD one is, the aim is to be a really fast debugger, isn't it? I don't think it's necessarily to compete with Visual Studio as well. It's to compete with standalone debuggers for people who use text editors to write code. But yeah, Visual Studio is kind of, the debugger is hard to beat. Be good, you know, be good for it to be faster. Like the watch window specifically to be faster. Yeah. Not visual, yeah, exactly. But I would like, Visual Studio to have some of these features, like image visualization would be good. That would be a good one. Visualize a block of memory as a bitmap. Lack of proper NatVis support. Really? Really? You don't have NatVis support? Interesting. That's interesting for a debugger. You'd think that would be kind of high priority. Again, maybe it's because they're not targeting Visual Studio users. So text generator. Grass. So I'm just going to run this and check that we haven't broken the sprite window stuff, which was what we just changed. So I'm just going to delete that a sec. This is a good one for sprite windows. Completely broken it. Right. Oh dear. Basic NatVis stuff, yeah. Yeah, watch some of the Ryan Fleury stuff. Yeah, I think that, yeah, he's working on it all the time, isn't he? So what's happened here? Why is this completely broken? We haven't changed it that much. Yeah. I think it's because Visual Studio is kind of considered the best one. That he maybe does that. He does it for traction, even though it's not necessarily the target market, That's crazy that's broke. What I'm going to do is just go back. Do one step at a time. I'm just going to say the range index. Cell.range indices 0 for now. I'm trying to read it, that actually works fine. Yeah. Any of these actually come through? Yeah, it's empty. Right, so it's obviously where we're adding it in. Let's just go back. Broken it massively. Yeah. Forced Microsoft Online accounts, yeah. Okay, so that works. I want to do this a bit slower now. Let's do this. Image indices 0. Really crazy. That's crazy, isn't it, that? Memory leaking task manager. Okay, let's try this. Nope, no, it's not even there. Oh. Wow, that's crazy. I did install Windows 11 on this computer with a USB stick, and it did go okay for me. But yeah, more complaints. All right, there we go. So now we are using the array. So let's see if we can slowly change it. We'll stick to it just being one. I think this is only gonna be one. There's only ever gonna be one of these. Just stick to that. That's fine. Right, cool. So, sprite windows is fine. Let's go back to this one. Right, good. So, grass, texture generator for grass. So, cell dot range indices to add that. So this is actually a grid cell. So we want static inline array index EU64 range indices as well. Index of image. Get ID. I'm going to say if index is less than dest images get count, then we will go dot add range indices index like that. Else we'll add it in index like that. I only have a Copilot on Windows and Windows recall spying on you. Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Lots and lots of metrics in the collecting. I understand that. Okay. So we want range indices release as well. And then where is it? Here. I'm going to release it for also for the grass one. Okay. Every search you type in is just... Yeah, you have to turn that off. That happened with Windows 10 as well. Yeah. Alright, just as these ads are running, I'm just going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I think the only way you can get your computer to not connect online all the time is just to unplug it from the wall. That's the only thing. Take out the Ethernet. Everything sends telemetry, doesn't it? All right. So there should be one instance in here. 0, 0. And that image goes to that index. So we just do for auto range index, range indices. Actually, it's for index ref I range index range indices test image IDs. Oh, we need the actual image as well. It's not just the ID, it's the image. Test images I range indices or range index. Only if, so we're going to do, we put an assert here. This image is get count is equal to the range indices get count. Add, we'll do standard move image. Trained on the AI, right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is where it's going, isn't it? AI is just going to be everywhere. I mean, it already is, kind of. More and more so. What's the problem here? Some weird error to do with strings. Oh, we don't want to move the image. That's not what we want to do. It's actually the data path, I think. We'll go back to using IDs. So this is actually the brush ID. Or the brush data path. So this is actually the use string. So we only have to load it as well. We're actually going to append it in. So this is test image path, really. Brush data path. So this is going to be the image path. And this is auto image. CC get image. Cannot convert from a string view to string view reference. Fall down a stack of dominoes. Yeah, I mean, it could be a massive bubble that's about to burst, couldn't it? That would be crazy. This is grid cell. No, this is just range indices. Alright, cool. So let's just run this and see what happens. It's running 2 times, which isn't. Is that correct? It should run once unless I've got the prefab set up wrong. It's running from -8 as well. Might have the prefab set up wrong there. No, it should be just running once. So brush tile generator. Not generating the brush tiles properly. We're putting in 2. Don't sneeze. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, who knows? People have been saying that Visual Studio's been on the way out for years, though, and it seems to get more and more popular. Especially now, like everyone uses it. A lot of people use it for Unity and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. So it's -8. So the bounds there. Right. Just because it's doing it on the bounds. So the cells, none of the actual cells the bounds is because the texture runs over, but none of the actual cells are in. So we need to probably do this a different way. I think what we're going to do is rather than grass bounds, we're going to go the bounds of all the cells. So that's with each grass cell. I'm going to do bb.add ag.position like that, and then we're going to go plus offset Generate it that way instead. There is already a pop-up that says that started happening up here. It's like Visual Studio has been updated and this one will no longer be supported or something. Yeah. I probably have turned that off. You probably can turn that off, but yeah, I remember that happening. Okay, so now there should just be one cell. Alright, it didn't add any. Oh, maybe it did, we just didn't. So the texture generated. We just didn't actually have any breakpoints. Yeah. My code base is broken. Yeah, it could be. Hopefully C++ you'll be able to just port it over. But some things like C# might be more difficult. So there just should be one cell with one instance in it. Let me add it in. Good. So what we do want to do is here. This image paths get count is equal to range indices get count. Okay. So what we also want to do is generate the sprite as well. So sprite, so level sprite, new sprite, and we'll just do this for now. I'll give it a new ID. And it's type grass. Cell bounds. Cell is grid cell. I mean, I might just call it cell. The thing is, there's such thing as grass cells as well. And this is actually grass. To code blocks. Yeah, I used to use a compiler in IDE called Borland a long time ago. I don't know if you've heard of that. That was before Visual Studio. That was the thing to use. Borland, yeah, that's a long time ago. That was good, that IDE. Cell bounds. that's it basically. That's the new sprite. So we need to add it in. Cell.sprite indices add context level. Get sprites. Add standard move sprite. I mean, that's quite a lot of code. Okay, cool. And we want the texture indices. Maybe. Okay, so that just generates all of the textures for the grass in that tile. Puts a sprite on. So now we have one tile in the world that can have lots of grass in it. Different types of grass as well. Rather than different sprites for each type of grass. And the texture index has to go in the vertex now, which I think it didn't used to do. Okay, mesh generator for grass. This is actually tile grid cell. And I'm just going to F0 this out, get it running in here. Okay, so we don't have such thing as image tile, image bounds. There's multiple images now. What does image bounds? Who needs this? So this is also an array. One for each image. Alright, so let's just go back and check that that didn't break the sprite window stuff. It did. Oh, because we're adding sprites with no submeshes. So that is here. Submesh index. Equals submeshes. Alright, so let's just put in, get rid of that one for a sec. Do this one again. Yeah, that's good. It's still working fine. Okay. So the mesh generator for grass now. So what does the brush cell have the sprite indices in? It does. There we go. So it also has in multiple range indices. So this is for each range. Range index cell dot range indices. Or do you want to do it for each? Yeah, because there's multiple images, multiple range indices. So there should only be one sprite. So we're going to go auto if cell dot sprite indices dot get count is not equal to 1, return. We'll get the sprite out. Equals context dot level sprites cell sprite indices 0. And then we're going to go get the submeshes, submesh, context level, get submeshes, sprite.submesh index. Right, so what are we doing here? We're placing each, we need each grass cell now. cell instance equals cell instances 0. No, I. Microsoft requires every 30 days that you confirm the license. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to go, so we've got one instance, one range in index. I think is that per instance? Yeah. So we're going to go so that's fine. That's the cell instance. And then we want to go auto grass data, the cell instance data, grass content data. Let's just run that. Doesn't want to bypass the license check, yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. If you wanted to do any text editor, really, you could hook up CL and link, yeah. I've done that before when I've been trying different IDEs. Right. We've got the range index 0. Got the grass data. So now we need to go for each cell. And we want to say if cell dot position plus 2 cells, you see. Call this grass cell. Do we not pass in the offset? We need to know how far to translate. If it's in part of a prefab, you see the grass could be just like. We need to make this relative like world space. If it's part of a prefab, it'd be in prefab space. have Z? We don't have the offset. Yeah, I mean, lots of people do use different text editors with CL linked in and link to the back end of the text editor. You could do that with Notepad++, I think. We need to know basically the offset. Oh, it's in the instance. So it's the cell instance. Instance offset. That reminds me, we're doing that for when we're actually doing. Yeah, we are. We're actually generating the. Ooh, maybe not the Z bias though. We're actually generating the sprite. Okay, so the Z for them. On sprite window, what do we do? Cell Z. Getting it to compile. What you can do is pass in to MS Build just the solution, the SLN file, and then it does everything. So it does pulls in all the dependencies and does absolutely everything. And that's a good way to do it, as long as you can use MS Build without license checking. Yeah, so if you do MS Build and then as an argument just a solution file, should just work, should just compile it all. I'm interested in me aren't actually putting the Z. Oh, here we go. The cell Z. Not quite sure about that. I want to call this blade. Blade P is that. If sprite.bounds if cell.bounds intersect blade P. If not, continue. Yeah, cool, cool. Yeah. I like XP. How's it going? I like XP as well. So immediately simple to make cross-platform projects. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, right. So the submesh index range. So the submesh index range is 1 per. Well, I think we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to say submesh index range. Just vertices get count. Vertices or get count. And then we're just gonna have to add it every time we add a new vertex in. This is a new vertex now into the mesh. Looks exactly like XP. Nice one. Don't have AI getting in the way. Yeah, I wonder if you can turn it off. Are you using Visual Studio 26? Or C-Line, okay, yeah. Test on Windows builds, yeah, cool. I downloaded the preview on my laptop for a bit, which was... The main thing I was interested in is he said it's a lot more performant, whatever that means, which would be nice. If you can turn, like... I'm assuming you don't have to use Copilot and stuff. Alright, so this is a vertex now. Texture offset. So the mesh generator, the sprite window. Oops. Is the cell texture offset, right? So So what we got now is vertices are grass vertices. So this actually, oh, it has a texture index. That's good. I'm going to say it needs a texture index. So we're going to go auto v is vertices dot push. This is not correct, I don't think. have to figure that out. This is Blade P. Range. Need range. Or auto equals value collection. Oh yeah. This thing. Yeah, it's nice. Texture offset. It's texture offset. So what are you using range for? Range dot first. Not sure about that either. SDL3. I'm like using a unique pointer with a deleter. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Don't really use unique now, like what they call them, smart pointers very much. Or at all, really. I use I have a DirectX 1, which is kind of similar. It's not quite smart as a smart pointer. Doesn't reference count or anything. Well, it might reference count. I don't think it does. No, it's just like a scoped pointer, really. Use them constantly. Oh yeah. Nothing in my code does a new or delete. Yeah, nothing in my code does really either. I don't tend to do much heap allocation, like, you know, day-to-day heap allocation. There are containers which do it in the background, but I don't tend to do much of that. You most likely don't deal with many C libraries. DX is COM. Yeah, DX does have COM. I don't use that one though. I made my own one. I don't use a lot of C libraries. No, I use some STB things, which is a C library. Yeah, so here's would be a pointer. STB RP rects. So I'll just have the begin. So there is a little interface there that uses pointers. But they're not, I wouldn't say they're common. No. But yeah, so all the DirectX samples have use COM pointers, yeah. For a smart pointer. Don't resolve circular dependencies. Yeah. Very allergic to circular references. Yeah. I have some low-level engine things that use pointers, like the heap and stuff. Mainly like linked list. Heap blocks, connecting heap blocks together. But again, I'm not using this day to day. This is just all happens in the background, you know. And smart pointers not necessarily the thing to use because you're not deleting them, you know, you're just connecting addresses together. There's nothing to delete really. Use Mimalloc. Yeah. I've used this heap for years, so it's never failed me yet. So the thing about a heap is because like everything uses it pretty much. You start messing with it and you could introduce like crashes anywhere in the code. So I just leave it alone. Right. Don't know if this works. I very much doubt it. We'll see though. This thing's a bit weird where you're going. The range index is the range first. Bucket index, range index. No, I think that is okay. This is like, the packing is like the texture packing. So it's like what bucket is this range in? It's in that bucket. Have a full understanding. Yeah, I mean, they just use full as a tool. Like if you just want to be dynamically allocating stuff or holding pointers to things rather than holding an array of raw pointers, it might be nicer to have an array of some kind of smart pointer. The thing about DirectX is it's built into the API, the pointer stuff. Like you get pointers back from the API all the time, so it does make sense to use it there. Mutex locks are definitely using lock guards. Yeah. Oh yeah. I only have a single lock type in the whole engine actually, which is fine. I have a scope lock, spin lock. So I'm spin locking most of the time. If I'm waiting, if a thread's going to go to sleep for a long time though, I just send it to sleep rather than doing any kind of lock. Or do you mean lock guards with the heap? Well, there's nothing in the vertices anyway, so got one range 0, which goes from 0 to 1. This is a very simple example. Don't know if this is going to work. I guess we should just see if any grass turns up. There's no bounding box right now. The bounding box does need to change. Right now the bounding box is the 8x8 tile, but the grass can't extend because it's a long blade can extend over the top of that, and I think the bounding box needs to be the bounding box of the entire grass blade, not just its positions. Standard lock guard, standard. Yeah. So with the spin lock example, I just have scope lock, the lock like that. So anything here is subject to the spin lock, so only one thread at a time, basically. But yeah, it's probably similar to the lock guard, I assume. I don't really use standard template library locking. Do come with overhead. They come with the overhead of calling new. I mean, they're fairly cheap to use once you've made them. Depends how you use them. If you're storing a vector of them and you want to copy that vector or move that vector, well, copy that vector, and it's a reference counting pointer. Using a raw pointer would be a mem copy, but then using a counted pointer, you would have to increment all of those counts, so it couldn't be a mem copy. So that you might lose some performance there. Raw pointer, yeah. So yeah, talking about the array copy example, yeah, it would be more advantageous to use just a raw pointer there, or some kind of non-ref counted pointer that you could just copy over. Yeah. Yeah, so unique pointer is the non-ref counted version. And the shared pointer is the ref counted. Is that what the way around it is? Can't remember. Shared is the ref counted. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so the bounds. I think what we're going to do for the submesh bounds right now is just. So this is temporary code. The submesh bounds is just the sprite bounds. All local bounds. Still get into trouble with smart pointers. Yeah, I think you'll be fine if you stick to the standard template library APIs, you'll be fine. But if you start like moving out of that and doing things like mem copy, it'll be a problem. Because obviously, like what I was saying before, mem copy won't work with a shared pointer. It'll make the shared pointer break, essentially. Okay, we don't see any grass. Doesn't mean it's not there, though. Just means it's not being drawn. Right, grass. Okay. So we're just gonna go auto sprite in sprites If sprite type is not grass, continue. If it is grass, this is different now. So this was drawing like one grass blade at a time, I think. Now we're drawing a whole grid of them at once. If you clear on a vector with smart pointers, you did just delete every object. If you moved the smart pointer into the vector, it'll delete it. If you copied it in, it should have ref counted it, so it shouldn't delete it. Shouldn't, I would say. At least I hope it doesn't. It should have added one to the ref count, so when it calls the destructor, when you clear the actual vector, it just decreases the ref count again, but doesn't delete the actual underlying memory, you know. Right. So what we want is draw God, there's so many, man. Need to clean all this up. It's getting too big, really. Draw grass sprite. Draw grass submesh in world. If the ref count is 0. Yeah. Which means you moved it in there. Which is intended behavior, I think. Meaning that the vector owns that memory now. Yeah, if you don't understand those things, yeah. Yeah. So we want draw grass submesh in world, I think. We want the const submesh. What's it called? Level submesh. And then we want const vec2 position. Const, well, it's 32z. What we also want is the grass vertices. So const standard span grass vertex. Level grass vertex. Vertices. I think that's what we want to draw this. Let's see. Don't call me late for dinner, how's it going? Welcome back. C++ recommendation is to still use raw pointers. Use smart pointers to manage the lifetime. So why store smart pointers in a vector? Unless the vector holds the lifetime. People I suppose the ref counted case. Means you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about who owns the memory. It will eventually get deleted. You know, if you've got people saving pointers out of a vector into state somewhere else and then you clear the vector, that might just break their code. I don't know. I don't use them enough to really have a good opinion, to be fair. I would just probably store an array of raw pointers. If I was ever in that situation. I don't really tend to get in situations where I am storing arrays of raw pointers though. It's not something that happens. Suppose IDs. I do it by IDs most of the time. Which is probably not as fast. Or I'll have the vector on the actual, rather than creating a vector of pointers, I'll just create a vector of the thing. It's mostly, I think, having like gloves on, or whatever, kid gloves on, for people who aren't necessarily comfortable with memory management. Okay, so this is what we want to call, I believe, Draw Grass Submeshing World. So this is do this canvas Draw Grass Submeshing World. We need the textures. We need the span of textures as well. Whoops. Might be texture view actually. Other than the texture. So this is submesh, textures, submesh, grass vertices, textures, sprite position, I say sprite.z bias, I'm not sure about the z. More likely to get in trouble. Carefully managing raw pointers. Maybe. It's just you don't have control over who is going to store the pointer that's in the vector somewhere else. And then once you have pointers littered all over your code base, it's unclear what you do with them to free it. Because you're going to have like several pointers, or many pointers all pointing to the same thing. And if they're just raw pointers, how do you know who frees it Like, you would know in your brain, probably. But syntactically and semantically in the code base, say you were to leave the project and someone else came into it, how would they know? You never free raw pointers. Yeah. Yeah. That would be it. You would just leave them. Everybody just leaves them. Only one thread is accessing a pointer at a time. Yeah, if you've got many threads trying to get data out of a pointer, yeah, that's needs some kind of synchronization. Just the raw, no, it's never. Yeah, so you have a strong pointer, weak pointer idea. Yeah. So the raw pointer is the weak pointer. The weak meaning that you're non-owning. The strong being the unique pointer. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I have a similar thing, but I just have explicit types. Strong pointer, weak pointer. So I'll use that if I really need to. Eternal pointers, never delete them. I mean, that is also, if you know like the scope of memory that your program's going to use, that is also good. I think it is a good strategy as well. Just never delete them. And the vector just goes out of scope when I'm done. All the memory is automatically freed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I do is I store a vector of the thing, or an array of the thing, rather than an array of the pointers of the thing. Most of the time, unless I need, like, sometimes, like, I know on the node graph stuff that I've got in the engine where you're drawing out node graphs, I've got vectors of pointers then, because you're like connecting nodes, like graphs to different parts of graphs, and it's just easy to do with pointers that way. But a lot of the time I'm just having a big block of memory, and these are all the things in the memory. And then I'm using like an index or something. Start call delete on them. Yeah, so the actual overhead of using new and delete can be significant if you've got a lot of them. Most of the time it's probably okay. But if you had a particle system and every particle was a pointer to a particle object, that might be a little bit slow. With every delete call. Yeah, you could. Depending on how many they are. Not randomly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games have points, don't they, to garbage collect. Although it's not real garbage collection. So if you go to black screen, this is what this engine does. If you go to like black, the screen goes black, so it fades out. Then old level data can get deleted. Everything can happen in that split second that it happens, and then it fades back in again, and everything's sorted out. Hopefully. Big things, you know, that's like loading things off disk and stuff, which does take a long time. And decompressing things. Okay. What does this want to do? So this is put it right at the bottom. Oh look, I've got to do remove. So you've got this thing called build grass vertex. So this is one vertex per call, which is obviously slow. You won't be calling destroy texture in your main loop. How does it work for destroying textures? Textures are destroyed when the level is unloaded. So yeah, it's again when it goes black. Delete is expensive and new is. They can be expensive. Not necessarily, but yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. They used to be very expensive. Computers are quite fast now. But yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. Like a texture deletion is quite expensive because it involves the GPU as well. It can take several frames to delete a texture. It can take maybe two or three frames, which is I would consider expensive. It's not stalling for that time, it's asynchronous, but it can take a while. Right. So we'll just copy this. This is obviously right. So we need to know the list of textures as well, so we can make them resident on the GPU. What does submesh do? Submesh texture industries. They're already there. Lovely. So auto texture index in submesh texture indices. We need the residency. It needs to be basically the same as level submesh. So I'm just going to copy this. So that's submesh texture indices get count. You want to only delete things at appropriate time, loading a new map, closing the program. You don't even have to delete closing the program, actually. The OS will do that, but yeah. For deleting pointers, every loop, every main loop. There are things that you do need to delete in the middle of a loop. In the middle of the main. Do you mean like the game loop? No, you do need to delete things occasionally. It's good to reuse, like have an arena that you can reuse and stuff, so you're not actually deleting stuff. Like this here, this is in the middle of the draw call, so it's obviously needs to be quite quick. This tier array is an arena thing, so it's not actually a dynamic memory allocation. So yeah, you do, yeah. So this is submesh index range count. That stays the same. This needs to be a different call now. So what do we do if there are no textures? Okay. So we're not building the mesh yet. Are the vertices, but we're nearly there. Yeah, full new deletes. Every loop's gonna add up quick. Yeah, can do. No textures. Oh, it's because it's putting on the GPU. Right, let's just so I'll tell you how many news and deletes are happening in the middle of a frame. I have a little counter there. 57 and freeze 57. Make it do some work. $200, which is not many really. 200 is not many. There's been 30,000 mallocs, like live mallocs on the heap. That's since the application started. So they're mallocs that haven't been freed. And then the free, so the heap keeps a list of free blocks. There's 100, so most of them are being used. And that's 319 megabytes. All right, cool. So let's see if we get here. We didn't get there that frame because this starts a GPU thing, which loads the textures onto the GPU, and you can't obviously draw the thing if thing's loading. Oh, it still doesn't work though. There's no texture indices in the submesh. Right. So that's what that is actually. So the submesh we're just going to go submesh texture index texture indices to add unique texture index. Arena's very good for games. I'm in one arena. Yeah, definitely. It's less helpful for like event-driven systems that don't have a loop where everything is done. Like games that when you get to the end of the frame on a game, everything is done for that frame, so you can reset the arena. Event-driven systems are a bit more difficult, they don't necessarily have that kind of setup. But they can still be used in there, but more piecemeal, I think. So 13, so we're going to draw 13 grass blades. But first I just need to go and make more coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, fresh coffee. Right, so now we need to use the mesh helpers to build this final mesh. So, build grass vertex in world. Build grass mesh in world. Build grass submesh in world. It's probably just very similar to this. Texture sizes, probably don't need texture sizes. So shadow bias and stuff. So currently the grass doesn't shadow. It would be nice to have it. Let's just do this. Won't be allocating, deallocating in a loop. I mean, in the main game loop, you can't escape that. In tight loops and stuff, yeah. You're always in the main game loop though, and you would need some. You probably do need to dynamically allocate memory if you can. Well, you probably do need to. Try and keep it to a minimum, yeah. The only downside of the doing something like an arena in the main game loop like that is just cache missing. But the actual allocation is fast. It's just incrementing a 64-bit number. Alright. So this is grass, level grass vertex. This is not even working, this one. Need to get some new ones. There's no such thing as origin. Here's the thing, the width and the height is per vertex now. I wish we have it as well. We have that. That's awesome. Shadow bias is also per vertex now, which we don't have. So we're gonna have to work on that. Camera index we have. Output. All right. Oops. I think perhaps we will do a span of those as well. Submesh, we probably don't need the submesh if we've got the span of vertices. Segment count. So the segment count needs to be in the vertex. Like that. Now. So where are we actually storing it? In U. Okay, so I'm just going to go segment count. And then in the default level generator, segment count is equal to grass segment count, like that. So we're just going to go count is the min of vertices size, output size. Vertices C. Vertices C segment count. And that is vertices position plus position. Sorting Oh, right, yeah. I've heard of this guy. It's very SDB inspired. Sean Barrett inspired, you know. Yeah. So he uses a linked list of these region types here, which is the block of memory, which is kind of what same as I do. I call them pages, but same idea. And you link them together, and then you allocate out of them. If one's full, you just get a new region, link it on the end, and allocate out of that. It's a really good way to do it. Then you can, you can grow your there's no color. You can grow your arena forever. Then it's not fixed size. So this is static cast float. So we just need to call this now from the canvas. So that's output really. The input range, standard span, vertices, subspan, submesh, start first, submesh, index range count. So that's the input range. So mesh helpers, build grass submeshing world. That's input range. Position, whoops. Texture indices. Hammer index range. So I wonder why we're not doing span for that. Oh, we don't need texture indices. Oh, we do. Ooh, hang on. That's wrong. Yeah, these texture indices will be wrong. float even. It's not the vertices C texture index, that's the problem. It's whatever texture index this is. Not one for each, we don't want to do one for each vertex though. So how does submesh work? It does just do v.texture index. Check that. Right. I see. So no, this is textures. Size. What's the problem here then? From vertex range, so element 5, so it's this one. Which is just dot vertices. Okay. What range are we actually wanting to return? The output range. Okay, that can go away. Oh, crash. Try again. Got some near as it. That must be near as 0. No, it's junk. Texture index is junk. Look. Let's go back. Is it fill or is it fill clear? Just fill. The input vertices are wrong. Input range is wrong. Okay, vertices is wrong. Grass vertices is wrong. Oh, we maybe need to. We're actually running this code. We are. Okay, so we're getting junk grass vertices. This seems fine though. Fourth one is not. I'm going to rebuild this because this is looking a bit weird. Either that our push is broken. Again. Okay, there we go. It's fine now. Need rebuilding. Right. So vertices should be fine now. Yeah. So we don't actually want to return 0. We want to return count. That's how many we added. Let's get rid of these breakpoints. Okay, so there's still no grass. So data 2, which is the color. Maybe, is it the tint? It probably needs to be set to be black. Maybe. Okay, we've got one grass blade. So there should be 13. Right. Fix this then. All right, so we're looking for 13 vertices. 13, yeah. And it produces one grass blade. Right, segment count though. Why only one? How do I see the state? Point list. How do I see the mesh? Here we go. That seems good. So the only thing that's differing there is the position. Oh, index buffer. So the index buffer is wrong. It should all be index 12. Okay. That is a bit. That is deeper in the renderer. So set to the index buffer. Or to build the index buffer. Right. That's in canvas end. Grassing world, range 1. So the range is wrong. Okay. It's meant to be 13. Draw items is 75. Only one grassing world. First to last. So grassing world range 0 to 1. I wonder what this range is. It's definitely not this one. I think it means the range in the draw items. Points, and maybe be here then. Build point indices. So, I haven't looked at this for a long time. 0 to 13. Yeah, I mean, that should just be 0. Ooh, truncating. Ah. Result plus. So this is a result. It's like result is the base of the. Let me say auto index is result. All right. There we go. Grass. So, what I also want to do now is the bounds. So I want to do canvas, draw, quad, outline, and the quad is the submesh. Well, it's the sprite bounds, local bounds translate by sprite position. Color white. Right, so the actual bounds of the actual grass, which we haven't done yet. So this, it needs to extend. So all of the origins of the grass are in the bounded box, but the grass textures probably like are much taller. Vanberg, yeah, I'm back. How's it going? I'm back after 2 weeks. Right, so this is here. So this is this temporary code here. What do I think of this? Value next. Monotonic buffer resource. Is that the arena? Is that standard template libraries arena? Fu Manchu was talking about that months ago. Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you're making an arena of a certain size. Polymorphic allocator. The automatic cleanup provides over one memory release. The node pointer's vector is destroyed. When the pool is destroyed at the end of the function scope, it releases all the memory allocated from the vector's internal array, and the node structs instantly, resetting the pointer. Yeah. So that's doing using the arena. And then using the arena to allocate the vector as well by the looks of it. Probably 10 times faster than the arena allocators because they integrate directly with the standard container types. I don't think it'll be 10 times faster. Polymorphic allocator, I'm not sure what that is. But I expect it's so that the vector can use. Right. Okay, so it's just used like you can use this type of alligator. It's just an arena alligator. I don't think it'll be any faster than not using an arena alligator because it's the same thing. But if it is 10 times faster, it'd be good to know how. I'm now making my first 2D game as a group project. Oh, that's awesome. It's terrible. Oh no. No. Directly with this. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, well, teamwork's hard. It's true. It is true. Get performance of the arena while keeping the safety and features of high-level C++ containers. Yeah. It's STD's version. Yeah, I agree. The teamwork ended up being I fix everything. I'm so stressed out. Yeah. It's the reason why them leads get paid more. It's released of one when the scope. Yeah. With a C style arena. Yeah, if you do a C style one, there's no destructors, you're right. Yeah. You want to look at one that does it on the automatic storage allocator, which is probably the fastest of them all. I don't know if I have one. I don't think I do have one. Which is on the stack. It does it on the stack right here. That's probably the fastest of them all. Don't let them cut corners but can't finish. Yeah. Gives you another perspective of why some games launch buggy, doesn't it? When you actually try and do it with a team. Imagine that, but times millions, tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of people. It's very hard. When it runs out of memory, it crashes or returns null. VMware resources can be chained. Like the global heap. Yeah, that's what that other one was doing. The with the regions, it was if it ran out of memory, it would go get another region. No allocation. Oh, it's still best. Yeah, you can make standard vector work with the stack. I'm sure you can. So it allocates directly on the program stack. You just have to know that you're not going to allocate like below the stack. Different personalities. Yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. That's why I like working on my own. Unless you're like the only programmer. Haha, yeah, sorry, I was off last week. Alright. So the submesh bounds. It's not the vertex position. It's nearly that though. It's the vertex position plus, well, translate width height world x over 2 0. I think it's that. Benefits of guaranteed safety. The aligned required by the C++ memory model. Yeah. Yeah, alignment's very important with an allocator because you can get some horrible, undiagnosable crashes. What's this? What's going on here? Right on. It's because of this. Why you not work? It's just V. Or blade P. Might be better. We might actually have a bounds. BB undefined ident. Okay, that's right up here before the submesh. For everything. Yeah. Yeah, arenas are good. There's downsides to them though. Not all roses. There are downsides, but they are good in quite a lot of circumstances. Add things together with super glue. Everything was custom. Wow, cool. The Soding one is inspired by the STB libraries, which is a C library. So yeah, that's why they're doing that style. It's more C based than C++ based. A zero integration with the standard library. What I would say to that is the standard library usually has hooks in it. I haven't done that particularly for this case. So for instance, I've just written a coroutine thing. And this here, no, not that. Where is it? This is the hook into, so I can use it with standard ranges and standard views. But this is my own thing. So if you had an arena allocator, there would be hook points you could put in to make it work the same way that the monolithic thing, or monotonic thing, whatever it was called, was working. It's actually pretty good that way, standard template library, for extending it. Still got 4 days left, it's going to be rough, yeah. Crunch, you're in crunch. That's what you're in. C code. Yeah. That's like just a C thing though, there's no destructors in C. So rather than an arena thing, you get that with all. You have to call free reset on everything. Do their tasks as well. That's called micromanaging. So you made your own hook points. So the hook points are in the standard. And you adhere to them. And if you adhere to them, so if you implement them or you derive off them in this case, but they're also like coroutine is a good one. If you want to make a coroutine, you have to implement hook points. So anything that's a method name that's underscored is not my API. That is STL's hook point to get coroutines to work. But as long as you implement them, it will work. It will work with standard template library, even though they're your own classes. Yeah, so the thing with the sorting one, he's done that deliberately though, because he's gone for like the STB, not the STD, not the standard. He's gone for the STB version, which is the C. It's not officially C standard, but it's a very widely used API style, and he's gone for that for C programmers. The arena allocator to be compatible with STD containers. Yeah, it is compatible with STD containers, yeah. The global temp arena is. No, it's not. I'd have to rename these to make it compatible. If I wanted it to be compatible though, I'd just have to call them different things. Then it would work. It's faster though. I don't think it is faster. I think it would compile to pretty much the same code. As long as you implemented them both correctly. The same. What I did so far is make a 2D jump physics for a platform. Awesome. Type editor. That's really good, Fanbjerg. So he's going to be a platformer then. Some hard-coded values, yeah. That's awesome. So how many's working on it with you, did you say? Alright. So if you have the right bounding box here, so we've got blade P, width height world, minus, so that's wrong. I just want to see if the blade has bounds in it. That's position, grass. No, it doesn't. That's wrong because this is meant to be minus. Three others. Yeah, cool. Yeah, working with a team is a whole different thing, for sure. Look at that, it's nearly there. It's got the right height, it's got the wrong width though. Because it's not blade P, it's what is it? No, that is right. So we need to do BB with the tile with the cell bounds. I think first. PMR is a standard feature maintained by C++ and compiler vendors. Highly tested, reliable. Yeah. Side-scrolling platformer. Controls are a bit jank, but you don't fall through the world. Yeah. Good. You can run forward. So that's wrong. That seems wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I wonder why that is wrong. That seems right. It must be the sprite. No, the sprite position is right. Mainly my slopes are jank. Yeah, I mean collision detection on slopes is not trivial. Especially glidey collision detection. Include memory resource. Give it a try. What the PMR stuff? I probably have a long time ago. Oh, I wanted it to function. Yeah. No allocation at first, then remark for new and delete. Allocation. Using PMR for that. Yeah. Kind of did something. Yeah. Cool. Here's the thing about this. It's not the best bounds box. So another thing is it's pushing it out that way quite a lot. No allocation is ultimate, you can do everything on the stack. Yeah. Definitely no extra time to polish. Oh yeah, that's it. No allocation is fattest. Yeah. No code at all is the fastest code. That's rule 1 of optimization. Can it be deleted? Because that is the fastest. Right, this is wrong then. Blade P. I wonder if the blades are in the wrong position. They are, they're too far over, look. So they start at about just after 2. Okay, so the cell position, the blade P, What we need is 1 directly on the origin. Break it on the deadline hits, yeah. Yeah. Just get it done. Ship it. Okay, so what I want to do, whoops, is put 1 grass blade on 0, 0. And then these can move over. Right, so that looks wrong then. So that's the 1 grass blade on 0, 0. What I might actually even do is delete this. There's no grass at all now. Okay. It's not running it. Such a rare case. Fast allocate. Yeah. You can always allocate them all at once as well. You can allocate, rather than do 16 news, just do a new of 16 things, the array new. And that was faster. Okay, so this is not working. Level, so the brush tile generator for grass. I'm kind of looking new some game dev zoom. Yeah. Oh really? Yeah. Yeah. If you need to, let us know anything if you want help. Eternal pointers. Yeah. Do everything at the beginning. That is how a lot of AAA game engines work. I've written engines that did that allocated everything at start off. And then used memory, like more custom allocators, but not to call new, not to go to the operating system to get out of that initial memory block that you started with. Yeah, no problem, Van Berg. In the main loop, yeah. Okay. There's 1 cell at 0, 0. Ooh, what's that then? Because there's no size. That's why. So, what do we want to do by that? If not BB, can we do this? BB equals rect 0, 0. Tile size, tile size. It's not if it's not a BB though, it's if BB.x, BB dot get area, get width is 0, BB X max is tile size. BB get height is equal to 0. BB plus equals tile size. Okay. Just architecture questions, yeah, no problem. I try and avoid allocation. Get it on the stack. One and done. Arrays later on if needed. Yeah, so you're like maintaining arrays and things right at the beginning. That's so the Doom engine does that, I believe. Everything is allocated at the beginning, and then everything's just pooled. Okay. Right, so this should actually be at 0, 0. Alright, while these ads are on, I'm just going to nip to the loo. I'll be back 2 minutes. Okay. Probably do it in another thread. Yeah, so you get everything going on an asynchronously. That's probably what I will. Well, this is what this engine kind of does as well. It's not as strict as dynamic memory allocation, but all the level loading and stuff happens in the background. Yeah. Right. So the texture generator for grass. This is what actually builds the sprite. Thread pools. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. We use existing threads instead of creating new ones, yeah. Yeah, they should do that. It's actually quite expensive to spin up a new thread. It does take quite a lot of time. Like, I don't know. Depends on fast your computer is, I suppose. But it could be hundreds of milliseconds. Okay, so this is what generates the sprite. So cell bounds to XY. So it is putting it in the correct position. Oh, this is the cell. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Yep. So the bounding box is the cell bounds. And then we need to blade position plus instance offset. The blade P is 0, 0. X max is 8. So actually, we don't need to do that. So this is local bound. That's probably what's going on. So it's minus bounds xy. It's the local bound re. I'll just translate y minus cell bounds xy. I need to give a standard thread pool. Is there not a thread pool in SDL? Didn't know that. Not really. Okay. So sprite position is 0, 0. Grass vertices is 0, 0. So that must be the shader that's wrong. Maybe. Don't want to start messing with the shader though. So the shader must be actually drawing it. Not expanding it from the middle. No, it's not. Right. Okay, I don't want to change the shader because that will affect the editor code as well. But I will change this in here. So the position, the blade position is different. Minus vec2. And this is inflate world. Surprise, yeah, surprising. Yeah, this engine uses thread pools. It creates far too many threads though. Now. So many. I don't know how many that is, but that's a lot. It's because I used to only have an 8-core machine and now I've got a 32-core machine. So it's a lot. Hey, alright. Alright. Getting better by you.
That's still... It's not sore though, so I'm not going to poke around with it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. That's wrong actually. That is right. Yeah, it's It's okay. I might reduce. So there's also. There we go. I might reduce the DirectX ones down. This is probably 32 there. Because it probably does affect. Well, it affects the pix capture, that's for sure, because there's absolutely loads of signals on the pix capture. And there shouldn't be really. I'm only actually using, probably at the moment, one thread for rendering. Still using one thread. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You get to it, though. All right. Let's go back to here. If I want to actually delete this, it's a little bit cumbersome. I've got to actually have the brush selected. That's because usually there is loads of grass blades. Okay, so that's a problem there with the prefab position. Maybe not. No. Let's open up the prefab. It's because the prefab is off center. The grass is off center. That's fine. So let's just put it there. And there. And there. All right. So what have we got there then? Okay, so that appears not to be working as well. What's going on with this? Let's first put it on 0, 0. So it works on 0, 0. The problem is when we move it. That works. Move it over here. Okay, that's stopped working now. Right, so this is because it's probably going into different tiles. Okay. Different one of these tiles. So there's two different tiles basically there. So this is in -8. Start again. So this is not in that first tile. This one is in that first tile. Blade P. -1.4. Right, okay. How long are we streaming for? Till about 4 o'clock today. Another hour and a half. Yeah, no problem. So there's one all the way over here. There's one all the way over at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Some disagreements in code style. Ah, okay. Closest to the Benjin. Yeah. How many blades have we got? 13. No, unfortunately. Might have some on reception. Maybe. Okay, so this one is the cell bound -8. Was the other one 0, 0? -8. Oh, he's just running it 2 times. Right. So there was no, looked like no weird ones that are all the way out here. So why is it being drawn like that? So the local bounds looks pretty. No, that's probably okay. So we've got 0 to 5, then 5 to 13. That looks fine. There's nothing massively in X. Oh, good. So I'm wondering if we should subtract. So these are obviously in world space. Are they? They are. Should subtract the sprite position from these vertices. So this is minus cell bounds.xy, and that doesn't need to happen there now. Super King. Super King. How's it going? What's the goal of a custom engine? The goal. To have fun, really. I'd say. Do write game tech rather than games. Although, you know, we'll write games as well. There we go. So yeah, you know, it's like writing a level editor, writing a content pipeline, writing dialogue systems and all sorts of systems things, just because I love to do it. Tooling is always more fun. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, lots of people make games, don't they, I suppose, but they'll just use other technology to do it. Yeah, I hope you're alright. Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Much appreciated. You make games as well? Or games tools or game technology? Right now I'm working on Grass. Used to. Ah, cool. So I'm working on Grass. So this is the level editor, and there's a tiny piece of grass in there. But, you know, you can have levels with lots of grass. And it all needs to get compiled into game data. This is a text file. This is drawing a text file, like information out of a text file, whereas the game data is like binary game data. So I'm just going through all of the different types of content, compiling them down into game data at the moment. Like it, people on Twitch do something other than Godot or Unity. Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, this is all, if you like games technology coding, this is what this stream is about, really. Or what I like to stream. So yeah, like, it all works apart from grass. At the moment, that's the last thing I'm doing. So I've just got this little simple, a bit of grass in the, well, it's a grass prefab. So it's a bit more complicated than a bit of grass, but it's a prefab of grass. But I've got this box here. So the way it works is it splits the level into 8x8 tiles, and then any grass blades are in them tiles that are in that tile, like bounding that inside the bounding box of that tile. Sprite gets made, and then you draw the sprites in the actual game. So this strides. I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure why this is appearing here. Oh, it's because it used to. Oops. It was there, wasn't it? It was in a different position. Yeah, this strides two. There's the origin. 2 tiles. So that's the bounding box for one tile, and that's the bounding box for the other. That bounds the grass, not the tile. But there's one here as well for some reason. Oh, it's in the wrong place. There should be 2 bounding boxes because there's 2 separate sprites there. One for this 8x8 grid cell, and one for this 8x8 grid cell. But it's drawing it in the wrong place. We'll see. So there's 2 sprites in the level, you see. One at -8, and one at 0, 0. So it's the first. So this like wraps, this bounds wraps the grass rather than the tile. Um, everything from scratch. Are there any C++ libraries? There are some libraries. So I use a library called Spine, which does 2D rigged animation. Then I use these BC7E. That's an image compression library for DDS encoding for the BC7, like the block compression format. Dr. WAV. So I use that to resample WAV files to 44 kilohertz. LZ4 for compression. Magic Enum. So that's like string to enum, enum to string. Rapid CSV. So that's like CSV passing. RGBCX is more image encoding. And then some STB libraries. That's it, yeah. Not many. Mostly, all the UI and everything's written. I've written it, and all the renderer and everything. Yeah, if you've got any questions, fire away, no problem. So the Blade P. So I wonder if this is just V position with height world. Or did we just do that? I can't remember. There we go, that's correct. So even though it's one clump of grass, it's split into two different sprites. One that covers an 8x8 grid here and one that covers an 8x8 grid here. And the reason they overlap is because the position of the grass blade is a point, but the actual bounds of the grass blade is obviously a box. But I can use these bounds. So the actual dividing them into tiles there is basically just for a compiler step thing. So we can render like lots of grass blades at once, or at least batch them into the renderer. They'll all probably get rendered at once, but we'll batch them into the renderer, multiple grass blades at once. Instead of one blade at a time, like the way it used to work, it was one blade at a time getting added into the renderer. Now it's like a full grid. And we can increase the grid size if we want, or decrease it. But then we can actually use these bounding boxes to do, testing for rendering them at all. Most of the time. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's no problem. There's quite a lot of people who turn up here who are into like engine coders and stuff. Got laid off 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that sucks, man. Not doing it myself. Maybe you'll be inspired to start streaming. That would be good. Yeah, sorry to hear about that. So were you a coder before? So when you say you used to, I mean in your old job. It's all good, yeah. Ah, right, okay. An SAS. What's that? What's an SaaS job? Platform. Software as a service. Ah, yeah. Cool. Yeah, cool. So do you like... So is game dev or game tech something you're interested in? I suppose the bright side of leaving a job is you can go and do something else. To form a job. Ah, right. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Well, feel free to hang around, lurk, ask questions, anything. No problem. Okay, so this grass... Let's just go a bit mad. Well, before we go a bit mad... let's open back up this prefab. So this is the prefab. So this is what this brush is made out of. So if I put another type of grass in, and then we crash. The ranging, so this is the first time I think I've tried to do 2 different types of grass. Cell instance, so there's not one per cell. Okay. More tooling than games. Yeah, cool. My Fuman Chew, how's it going? Wrote some media libraries. Yeah, my Fuman Chew's just in the transitioning out of an old job, old game dev job as well. Ah, cool. Yeah, nice one. Did start streaming. Yeah, cool. It's good to meet new coders for sure. In my town, it's a small town, so there are no, as far as I'm aware, programmers. There are a couple of animators that live here. Chasing the audio dealership, or the Audi dealership. Ah, right. Okay. Can you sell it privately? Is that a thing? My Fu Manchu is going indie in 2 months' time. Exciting. Fufu is here. Audi, yeah. Whoever makes the best offer. Oh man, it's exciting. I'm excited for you. Okay. So, why is this assert firing? Not firing there. No, this is wrong. Yeah. They're not gonna be the same, are they? Because we're getting one out of the other. We're relying on them being 1-to-1. No, it worked. The Z order is wrong. But it looks right, apart from the Z order. So the Z... Oh, here's the thing. This is what I am thinking. Maybe we do need to draw them one blade at a time, because they've got to get sorted. Interesting. So old Ben was on it there. Right. So the grass submesh, we need to actually do it for one blade at a time. This draw call can remain the same, but we need one draw item per blade of grass. So it's this that's wrong. So we just have to do it basically per vertex. And then output vertex as well. Whatever, that doesn't really matter. So actually this... So this... Vertices C is just vertex. Right. So... This is actually for auto index and submesh index range. Do this That's vertices, index. Output range, vertices, some number. It's not index though. First. What's this actually? Or index ref I index submesh index range is that, and this is I. Right. What's the problem here? Obviously can't do that. Or index range. Really? Surely you can. We do need output range there. That becomes range. Okay, no. It is actually just one, isn't it? That's range.vertices. First. How does this work? Cannot deduce template argument. I wonder why that doesn't work with that. How does this even work? Span begin, span end. We do have begin and end. Doesn't know it. Oh, it's because it's an iterator. That's why it doesn't work. We'll just have to say I is 0. I don't even need it anymore. It's just the first one. Is it? Yeah, cool. So we need to actually change the header. And we need to return some kind of optional don't know. We'll return 1 for now. So okay, so this is the same, except now we are putting in separate Z's for so we maybe want to put in Z for the vertex. I think how this is going to work. To get them all to draw in the correct Z order. So we're saying this, that's the Z bias for the sprite, right? The Z has to be stored in the level grass vertex. This is Z plus vertices index.z. Like that. No, not necessarily, not necessarily. Not in the vertex. The Z is the get Z. Canvas, get Z. Vertices. Index dot position. It's not quite position, is it? I think that'll be fine actually. And this should draw them in the correct Z order. Seems wrong. No, because it's the blade position. Okay. So we need like an origin. Or has that worked? I think the vertex index position is not correct. No, it is correct. It's over here. But the Z only works on Y, so it's the same Y as the vertex position. Different X, but it doesn't matter. Alright, cool. So I think that's correct. So now what we're going to do is do this big one. Delete that. See if this breaks or works. So only looking at the grass. The grass looks good though. All right, let's now render everything. So, where are we? Game level. We don't want a return there. And then where we were drawing grass before, away. All this is going to have to get rewritten. This is all just like a hodgepodge of nonsense, really. If this works though, we have the level compiled in. Get rid of all these bounding boxes. Another one as well. So much stuff. All right, look at that. Obviously the triggers and the paths and stuff, they aren't there yet. There's no rigs. Rough Cookie, thanks for the follow. Hope you're alright. There's no rigs being drawn. So I wonder what that is all. Why is there no rigs being drawn? So I'm going to rig state empty. There is no rigs in the level for some reason. Okay, investigate that then. So I'm going to check in what we've done. There's meant to be 2 rigs. Brush tile generator for animated rig. Okay, so the Atlas and Skell file doesn't exist. Super King. No problem. Ah, no. I actually have to be on hold, yeah. Yeah, so you're interviewing now then, trying to get more work. The new iOS made a lot of mistakes. Really? You know, I don't use my phone as a phone at all. It's just like a mini computer in my pocket. I don't call people. Level but rigs Hera Pro, Hera Pro. Atlas file is not there. The asset file should be the Atlas file. Okay, that's when we generate the brushes. Let's regenerate the brushes. Might have added that in and not regenerated the brushes. So if I just delete them. and they drive normal people to Linux. Maybe. I did Linux for years. When I was at university, they wouldn't touch Windows. Did it for like 5 years, and then I've not actually ever used it since. That was like 20 years ago. Brush. Oh, there we go. So that was just because I hadn't rebuilt the brushes and I'd changed them on my other computer. I would say, or a different bug. Better than it was 20 years ago. Yeah. I remember on the distribution of Linux they had at uni, if you're on like the File Explorer and you clicked on a folder, it would every folder you clicked on, it would open a new File Explorer window. That's one of my core memories of that. There we go, they're there now. And in the wrong Z order though. They are either in the wrong place or the wrong Z order. Difficult to say. They're in the wrong place. That's okay. We've changed a little bit how these are generated. Right. Mesh generator for we don't have one for rigs. How do rigs get generated then? Position. Instance position plus offset. The -16, so it's like -17. It's meant to be being drawn at. We have to translate it by rig state position. All right. Bounding boxes are right. Rig position -16, -5. So if I put this prefab to 0, 0. -16, 60, so what is it? -16, -5. So the rig bounds are wrong by the looks of it. It's in finish, I think. Anim.local bounds. Rig.get bounds. Bounds. That's framed animation, that's the wrong one. So it works all on position. Interesting. What am I doing? I need to set this to a known position really, like 0, 0 for now. So we'll just do 0, 0. Bring his Z bias forward a lot. It's like 300. Okay, that worked. So it's something to do with, so if we move this left by 2 or something, right by 2 even. So it should be on 2, 0. That is correct as well. So if you move him to like, where is he? I can't grip hold of him now. I can't grip hold of him. Wrong layer probably. What layer is it? I need to do. Okay, so now I can't actually grip onto him. What have I done there? Get rid of that ads counter thing. So why can't I grab onto him? It's another bug. So that is in the game board editor. Intersect content animated rig. Intersect cursor with animated rig in world. Because rig bounds. Right. No, that is out. That is the proper rig bound. See if we can get here. Yep. No collision texture. No collision texture. That is another brush problem. Okay, maybe we do have a little bit of bugs with these brush generation. This brush generation. Yeah, now we have collision texture. So there might be a little bit of a bug there with the brush generation. Didn't generate any collision textures. Okay, we'll worry about that later. So this is in 2. The prefab is at 2, so this should be at 4. So that seems right. So what is going on there? Hey, look, we've lost our collision texture again. No collision texture again. Okay. That's running. That's in between. That's like when I'm building the level, it's losing the collision texture for some reason. If the grass is slightly in the wrong place. I think that guy's in the right place. There's like grass blade there. It's not there. Yeah, you can see there is some grass in the wrong place there. It's either the grass or the ground texture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the ground texture is 6 away from him. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it's the grass. The grass is in the wrong place slightly. Yeah, you can actually see over here. The grass is too far left. Just a little bit. Okay. That is the mesh generator for grass that we were working on. I wonder if it's just this. That looks better. Problem is now, as that messed up the bounding boxes, that looks right now actually. So the grass bounding boxes might be messed up now. Or not. I mean, we'll see. So let's put this back in. All right, so let's delete this and put in the grass one again. Grass prefab. Does look all right. Bit difficult to tell. I need an open. I need like right click open prefab. Like there. All right. I'll just delete these then. Oh, there again. Okay, so slightly in the wrong position, look. It's weird. That is weird because in the other one they're in the right position. What's going on there then? That's the origin there. This is right on the origin, slightly to the left. So this is to do with essentially that needs to go back in for here. But then it makes it wrong on that big one. You know, it's possible that the big one's just been, it's quite old. And the positions are being calculated differently now. we'll do that. Yeah, like these are all off. By half a width. No, not in here. So it might be an origin thing maybe as well. So in game bar content, we actually draw the grass in the editor. Renderer for grass. We're doing minus origin there. This is the width height world. No instance origin. Alright. We do have the instance. Let's try this. Maybe it's just this minus the instance origin. That. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. Put it in there, yeah.
T.
Yeah. That actually looks right. That looks fun. That's like it's working. Let's delete that. Yeah, I think that's working. Amazing. Oh, I'm about kind of ready to stop doing level generation stuff. Move on to different things, which will be good. So the next things I really need to do, assuming this works, is all this needs to get sorted out. Ticking the room. So the room is going to have ranges, beginning and ends of sprite indices. So like, these are the trees, these are the ponds, these are the grass, this is the, you know, lights or whatever. I think that's working all right. And that's how it's going to get rendered. It's going to go through them. So it's going to like render all the trees. So I think I'm going to do that next. First, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. All right, got about 20 minutes. So if we look at how, one second. If we look at how the sprites are ordered, it's 150 of them, and they're every which way. They're not actually, there's lots of framed animation sprites, but there's like windows, grass, lights, and they're not in any kind of order. You need to make them all, to sort them all. So a level sprite can be sorted on type, right? So we're going to go auto operator like this. Const level sprite. Return. So we want to do static cast. Oh, what is it? Standard to underlying type. Standard to underlying little type. Like that. So we'll do that, and then when we're actually generating them right at the end, so in finish, we want to sort these sprites. And then we also want to sort the submeshes as well by sprite index. Let's put this. I don't think actually that works because it's a. I think this is secretly a template. Level submesh. So we need to do a sort for that. So auto operator const level submesh. I'm going to return. Oh, it's a bunch of texture indices. Now, what we want to set? We want to sort it on the. We want to sort it on the sprite index. On the. Ooh. The sprites submesh index. Is that what we want to do? Now, how do we want to do this? We'll worry about that in a minute. So the sprites, we need to go standard ranges, sort, sprites, standard less, level sprite, like this. And then what we want is we want another array, level submesh, temp submeshes count, and we want to go for auto sprite in sprites. Well, what is it? With each sprites temp dot add submeshes submesh index like this, and then standard swap submeshes temp. Like that. What we want is them all to be in line in memory in the way that they're going to actually be accessed in the array. Oh, very kind, thank you. Oh, check how's it going. I had a choice between an M4 Mac Mini and an M2 Pro Mac Mini. Is that at uni, you mean? Oh, is that now? Alright, yeah, cool, yeah. €632. Cool, man. So is a Mac your go-to? So now the sprites should actually be in all the normals, the tree, all the framed animations, all the grass, cloth, window. So they're all grouped by type now. 2 lights. And then all the submeshes are in order. Better video editing curve. Yeah, DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, is that what you use? I've tried to do that as well. I've tried DaVinci Resolve, making some of my YouTube stuff. It's quite good. Comes from Latvia. What DaVinci does? Oh, cool. So it's arg.sub mesh index equals that. I'm paying for Adobe subscriptions. Vegas Pro Sally winners only. Yeah. I used DaVinci because my sister-in-law's in the film industry, and she says it's really good for a free software, which I think it is pretty good. Photopea Online. I actually use Photoshop, but you do have to pay for it, which is a shame. It's a shame considering it's not great, especially on low-end computers. My laptop's got a low-end laptop and it's not great on that. So we do sometimes have sprites, two sprites pointing to the same submesh index. This will add more submeshes in, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Affinity Pro over Photoshop. Cool. I've used Krita before. One of the things with Photoshop is that I know the PSD file quite well from a coding point of view. So there's quite a lot of stuff in the engine that works with PSD files. So I'd need to relearn a different save format, file format. 148. So there's 148 now, there's 150. That means we've got one sprite per submesh. Some submeshes will just be identical, which is necessarily bad. This is just kind of to try and stop it jumping over them. I think there's not going to be that many sprites. Maybe we don't have to do that with submeshes. We just have to sort the sprites out. We'll do this. We'll just say nah, we'll just not do it. Sort the sprites. So now we do need submeshes though. So now we've sorted them. Let's check it doesn't break everything. And then the next thing to do is we need to go in the room. Oh, we have broken something. What have we broken then? In the room we need to say just index ranges everywhere. This is a crash. I might have to leave it till tomorrow because I've got to head off in a couple of minutes. might be a crash. Sorting them might crash things. I wonder why that is. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I stream usually Monday to Friday from about 10 o'clock British time in the morning till about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. But yeah, see you around. I'll be heading off in a couple of minutes. If this crashes, I'm going to have to debug this tomorrow. There's nothing in here, I think, which should cause it to crash. But it does. It's to do with rivers. The rivers are crashing. 9.8. So this is the input range. So this is where in vertices. Ooh, look at that. What vertices are these? River vertex. So the submesh is wrong. Basically. Sprite submesh index. It's 5. Submesh index is 7. Which is definitely not a river. Okay, we'll have to go debug that tomorrow. Back to where it is. It's here. Okay, I'm going to head off. Yeah, that was a good stream. Back tomorrow, probably between 9:30 10 in the morning. So see everybody tomorrow, hopefully. More engine coding. See you later.